G'day everybody, and welcome back to Vulcan, where I'm in the process of pressurizing the new section of my base. It's, I think, almost at the desired pressure of carbon dioxide. I'm just now going to have to wait for it to drop from, I think it's about 80 degrees Celsius in there, down to a more plant survivable 20-ish. And then my plan is to dump a whole lot of oxygen in here and hope that it is enough that I can be able to breathe in here. To increase the chance that that is true, I was thinking at the end of the last stream, which was just on Friday, because today is a bonus Stationeers stream as Shaq is away for the weekend, which means we won't be doing our battle group survival. I was thinking of putting down some more planter boxes so that I can get more ferns planted and get more oxygen production, because I need to produce more and more and more and more oxygen. I need to get as much as I possibly can. So, conveniently, because I've got the airlock through to the other place, I don't have to worry about how hot it is outside while going to get my resources, at least. It's going to be a little bit hot in here, but it's definitely not Vulcan hot.
Power low.
That's okay. Thanks to Fraggle, and thank you Mythos, thank you for the Prime subs. And thank you Pastor Ron for the offline Prime sub. There we go, 100% CO2 at 47 kPa. We are 85 degrees in here. So that's going to take a little while to cool. But since I need iron, and since it is hot outside, let's get some iron. Because I'm going to need lots of iron for all those planter boxes. Two, 4, 100, 200, 300, 400. Yeah, that'll be plenty. Oh, it's so nice just having that as the way that I get iron. Just so good. Thanks, Danny. Thank you for the Prime sub. Ba-da-ba-da. Carmock, I can't send help because I imagine my dog is probably going to do the same at some point during this stream. Oh, it's not hot enough out there for iron. I'm going to have to go back and get some silver. Also, Carmock, on Silica, have you... a lot of people seem to be watching the stream VOD, which is good. Send some O2 to Carmock, yeah. Some clean, fresh O2. Very proud of you. Very proud of your dog because she walked all the way from the park off leash. Nice. Charlie decided to do a lot of off-lead walking yesterday. Much of my day yesterday was spent making new stairs for my deck. Because the old ones, the stringer, which is the bit that supports the steps, had completely rotted out. To the extent that part of my demolition process was just grabbing a hold of it and ripping half of it off. It just came off in my hand, which was very disconcerting. And as a result, my dad was here helping me build those. He did not see the reason why it would be so important to... Why didn't that... Oh, this doesn't off-gas! I have to go mine. Why does... Oh... He forgot to close the door, so Charlie went walking around the neighborhood for much of the day. It seemed. Just happily chilling out there. And was a very good dog, because she didn't cause any troubles. And when one of my neighbors was like, hey, that's Charlie, she probably shouldn't be walking around out here. What the... Oh, because I'm not wearing it. They brought her back to the front door, and she just happily followed them. I'm going to need to set up my combustion furnace so that this isn't a thing. And then another time, I walked into the house and I'm like, good girl, Charlie. You're just lying there on your bed. And I look at the front door and it's wide open. I'm like, did you get so much time outside that you're now bored of outside? She's just like, yeah, I'm happy in the house. I'll just stay here. Yeah, she is a rather distinctive dog. It is true. Yes, my deck now has new stairs. The stairs have been moved to a more sensible location on the deck. And it is now usable. But I've still got a few more jobs to do on it, like put in a... Yes, she's a distinctive horse, accurate. Put in a railing. Thanks, Bedrat. Thank you for 6 months in advance. Glad you guys enjoyed the lasso video that I finally got to do. I do technically have one more, even though I kind of counted the last ones I did as the last ones, but I have technically still have one for Shadow. Though I'm pretty sure she was just messing with me. Okay, 550 grams of iron. Oops. That is going to make many, many, many planters. So... This one. Hydroponic tray. Oh. Yeah, I forgot it was 10 grams of iron each. I mean, that's still going to make up to 63 of them, so I think I'll be okay. Silver, I'd been putting in here because it goes into the couple of things that are used here. So, let's place these down and then we'll see how much water I have left. As I probably need to start thinking about how I'm going to increase my water supply. 42 litres. I've still got a while. I mean, I know with more plants I'll be using it up more quickly. I'm not entirely sure that my plants are my biggest utilizer of water. I think I might be. I think the player ends up using up more water than the plants most of the time. But I've never really... Like, I don't know where the transition point on that is. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, at what point does the player act to plant... Have you... At what point do you have enough plants that the plants are actually using more? No, Danny, I did not find a tradie. I asked my dad to come up and help me build the stuff, and we did it together. Because, yeah, the first attempt at getting a carpenter to help to do it ended up with them not ever contacting me back, so I was like, well, that's annoying. So I think I'll just try and figure out another way. Probably saved me quite a few bucks. As well, which is nice. Yes, built like a tank now. Yes, it is now overbuilt. As I have mentioned of my dad's style of building things. Oops. Why do I do this? Why do I get the correct thing, then still press C to change it? Why? Yeah, Jax, I'm not gonna lie, I think it made him very happy to be able to do that together. And we actually didn't get into any arguments, which is Some kind of miracle. As I'm pretty sure with my brothers, it has not gone as smoothly. Drill is on. Ah, thank you. It's hard for me to tell whether the sound is coming from the machines around here or what. Okay, so I need 3 more. And then I'll stop. So I think that many extra planters for the room this size is about all I can handle. So I'm not sure I'll keep up the CO2 supply after that. Alright, let's move the potatoes to the front. Move them over here. I'll do everything else as ferns. These on my microwave, which I need to move. Why have I got my helmet closed? Water pressure gauge. Ah. Interesting thought. What information do I get from that? Let's see. Does it read off letters? Meter. Liquid pipe meter. I'll see what information I get from mousing over it, because that'd be kind of nice. It may be useful at least in the sense of telling me the temperature and stuff as anyway, I guess. Yep. It gives me liquids volume. Nice. 42 liters. It is not giving me much else, but because the actual meter itself hasn't got enough detail to it. So many of these ferns are only producing a single fern. Oh, this is gonna be so good. So much. This is gonna, I think, more than double my oxygen production rate. Which is very good. Have they changed the rates of bad fern plants? Because I don't remember having this many bad fern plants before that only produced a single fern per plant. Feels like that's changed. But maybe I just didn't notice on Venus because I automated it relatively soon. I did light starve them. Oh, right. Think it's been some sort of genetic drift problem. Yeah, it could be that. I've enabled them to survive these conditions, but now they produce half as much crop. I feel like I can hear the pipe groaning in the background. Can you guys hear that? Okay. So... yeah. There was a comment I read on YouTube this morning that I think has a good rationale for getting rid of the feedback loop on my on my cooling system. Not the feedback loop. But getting rid of the counterflow heat exchanger. Because when I didn't have a counterflow heat exchanger, I didn't have the singing. So if I can't figure out a way to get it working without the pipe singing, I might be better off getting rid of the counterflow heat exchanger, going back to my old setup, just so we don't have the pipe groaning. Because it's not particularly reassuring to have that all the time. Alright. All planted. Now, I'm gonna get enough of these for another pill. There we go.
Hydration critical.
Hydration critical. Thank you. Yeah, so if we can hear it all the time, that's not good. If it was far enough away, like in my Venus base, where I couldn't hear it all the time, that's okay. That's, you know,
Power critical.
you're only going to notice that when you're in the space, so it's not too bad. But this is across my whole base. It's basically in the middle of my base, which is very much not ideal. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try one option first, which needs a pressure regulator. And see if that does it. But it may not, this may not solve my problem, but we will see. Back in that room out so the sound doesn't travel. I'm not sure that sound is modeled that well. I think sound distance transmission may be based on the player's local atmospheric pressure rather than the other side. So it's the liquid pipe that's singing, and it's only the tiniest bit above the pressure where it stops. So a suggestion I was given, which I think actually will work, nice one, UFO, is to put another one of these guys in there, another one of these purge valves. But, instead of having these purge valves feed to outside, have them feed back to this side. So the pollutant that needs to escape goes back through and keeps cycling through and through and through. So at least we're not losing pollutant concentration. Now, how do I tidy up my pipes such that that is a feasible arrangement? I don't know. I do think the pipe groans for liquids should be much higher. Yes, they should. They should indeed. That won't work too well unless you have a pump to remove the gas from the pipe right after the purge valve. Ah, because of the purge valve having to push up. I'm curious whether it will work enough, because it doesn't have to work well, it just has to work well enough. Let's turn you off for a minute before I explode that pipe. Okay, so that's connected. Let's turn this back on. And now we have a look at the liquids, and we see that it is sitting at 4.89, 88, 87, 86, 85. So it's getting down to the level it needs to, which is 4850. So it's working. So it doesn't need to be... It doesn't need a pump. Alright. But I need more pipes because... Oh, actually, I can get the ones from up here. So we don't need these exhausts anymore. This might be enough pipe to get away with. And just quickly do this. What I'm thinking is, if I make... I'm gonna need to do this cable differently. I think that's what I need to do. Go up on the roof. Oh, it just died on your permanent save. That's rough, Sarian. That's rough. That's another example of me pressing C when I really didn't need to. Yes, the pipe singing will stop when the temperature gets below a certain level, but it's a little annoying having it so much of the time, because I think it's going to be a thing that is there most of the time. Why? Okay, we're gonna put it that way. I'm gonna figure out a way to wire that. I will find a way. I'll find a way to make this work. First off, remove that. Then put that there. And now I can wire that to that side. Thanks, Shiro! Thank you for giving Shadow Drake a gift sub. Remove the tank above it. Yeah. Yep. This is, I think, gonna be fairly tidy once I get this connected up. Certainly not as tidy as I'd intended, or I'd hoped I'd be able to make this setup in here, but I think it's good enough. This is the problem with realizing extra functions that are required after the fact. Now I need my labeler. And turn you on. Oh no. 496, 495. Let's see if we get some nice quiet. Ah, peace and quiet. Much better. Look at that. And no pollutant wasted. In fact, even less pollutant wasted than I was wasting before. Because now the only exhaust is after the evaporators. Oh man, that's so much better. That was a really cool idea, UFO. Good one. Avoids the pipe singing, means that if I hear that noise, something's gone wrong. And I think that's kind of useful. What helmet is this? This is the Icarus suit. And that's turned itself off because the pressure has reached the desired level. We're down to 68 degrees in there. Nice. That's good progress. That was 86 before, so that's nearly 20 degrees just during the last half hour. Thanks, Codeman Mike. Thank you for the 3 months. That's the wrong type of pipe, isn't it? That is not the liquids.
Caution.
There we go. No more beeping as we go past either. If I'm fixing one sound, I may as well fix the other two. I'm hoping that I'll be able to open this airlock before we run out of CO2 in here. We'll see how wrong I am on that front, but that is my hope. Now, let's move this desk. Oh, it's just silver. Don't worry about that. Silver's an annoying byproduct for me. Now, could I put this in the hallway? Like, what have I done? Is that going to be really annoying walking past that every time? Yes, probably. I will do what we talked about last week. Oops. Or a couple of days ago, because I'm going to grab this shelf. I'm going to move it around the corner. Hooray! I made things worse. Also, I didn't need to get rid of the top locker. Let's make a few more lockers. Is it not worth removing the old room so you have more space? Maybe. Depends what I end up thinking might be fun to use that old room for. Okay, so cobalt goes up there. Where's the silver? Silver goes up there. This stuff, as much as possible, can go into here. Get a little bit of this stuff off the floor. Let's swap out the useful stuff and put the useful stuff around here. I'm hearing pipe singing again. Why am I hearing pipe singing again? No. Oh, it's back up at 5 megapascals. Okay, so it would appear that the purge valves are good enough during the day, Not so much at night. When we're getting fresh pollutant through. Ooh. How high is this getting? Does this stop in time? Maybe we do need the pump. If I added inline tanks on this network, it would mean that I have more gas, less liquid, but probably a similar pressure. And I want more liquid, less gas. That's why I keep these as small volume, or at least as small volume as I can, because I need the liquid. 5.4, 5.35. I don't think having a pressurant gas would change this. Because it'd still be at these pressures where it causes the pipes to complain about it. Yeah, I figured the pressurant gas would make this worse, not better. The phase changes are set at a temperature at which, if they were any lower, if it actually reaches steady state, the CO2 will freeze in the lines. They cannot be set any lower to be safe. Unfortunately, I think they're just going to complain at night when the thing's pushing through lots and lots of liquid pollutant. Yeah, how well are the evaporators doing? 18 kilojoules. The thing is, these evaporators are evaporating the liquid quickly because they can hold up to 20 liters. They can hold up to 20 liters of pollutant, and they're not. They're only holding 3 liters-ish. So they're holding about the same number of liters as the pipe network. So that's unlikely to change things either. I think, annoyingly, this is the time of day where these don't work well enough. The purge valves don't actually drive the pressure down enough. Yeah, the scary pipe sounds only come at night. Ugh. I can probably make this work better by putting a pump into that line up there. And if we have a pump there, it should stop some of this by making that pipe network low pressure enough that these guys are more effective. So I will go get a pump and see if it changes it. The thing about putting extra volume on those networks, I don't believe it's going to meaningfully change the pressure one bit. All it's going to do is temporarily fix it, and then it'll break again once the powered vent has had a chance to fill that space. It's not going to be a long-term solution. Which is, I know, weird for me to say, because I am the man that does enjoy the temporary solution to a problem. But yes, one before the pump is one between the things and the pump is probably not a bad idea. Although the pump is more effective at lower volumes because it's a volume pump. It just needs to have enough volume that it doesn't completely clear it every time. I am purging off the gas in the liquid pipes. That's already happening. It's just not happening quickly enough. That was the thing that I just added before, an extra purge valve. Because I had one on one section already, but I didn't have it on the second section of pipe. Yeah. Huh. It's weird.
Power low.
Oh, nuts, I need to go back inside. Yes, it is the liquid pipes that are complaining. The gas pipes are fine. They don't have any problems. Let's go with some of my alerts. Okay. Do. Where shall I put this pump? Okay. I think what I'm going to end up doing is something like this. Yeah, we'll do that. And then I can join it up here. And then this will go back down to the end and join up again. Then when I've got this plugged in, I can remove the bit that joins those two networks. And we'll see if this pump is enough to fix it. I mean, I know it's coming into daytime, which is unfortunate. Now, I have to go around the other side. Oops, wrong side. Okay. So we'll have to wait till tonight to see if that's enough to fix it. But the pump has gotten... Huh. Weird that that's got such a mix of gas. Oh, right, I know why. The pump's getting that pressure down rapidly. Sinzamac, I think you possibly could use your coolant to pre-cool your coolant. I don't know how much efficiency loss you would have with that, but yeah, you could probably evaporate the pollutant to cool the pollutant that's going in, to then evaporate that cooled pollutant, and then finally cool the remaining stuff. The alternative would be to expand this room, set up the open style that I had before, and pre-cool this one, which actually cools the base, so having a coolant loop cooling the coolant that cools the base. I think I'd rather just have the purge valves at this point. Hopefully the pump is enough to make this work. Because it's going to get this down to basically 0 kPa very soon. And... Obviously the pipes have stopped complaining because it's daytime. But what would be cooling the coolant that cools the base? That would be pressure. Effectively the vent. The vent is doing that. The vent is doing the work. I know it was a joke, Flame Dragon, but it's also a fair question. Alright. Let's see if that fixes it well enough for tonight. We don't hear the pipe singing. Actually, before I go inside, let's also check what the temperature is on the far side. $60 degrees. Now things are slowing down. Yes, you can buy super cooled liquids from a trader, but they only will take a certain amount of thermal energy before they are useless to you. So it's kind of paying for cooling, which to me doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Because cooling's an ongoing cost, an ongoing thing. So paying for that repeatedly, oof. Also, I am working on fixing the heavy breathing. It requires me to build the desk, so I need to clear this stuff out of the way.
Health low.
Yeah, I know, suit lady, I know. Where'd my desk go? Chemistry station. Did anyone see where I threw my desk? Oh, there. Bench, I mean. You know what I meant. Quite a significant loss of sound. Depowering that bit.
Hunger caution.
There we go. De-stink a little bit while I'm sorting some of this stuff out too. Is there a space for vertical lockers? Probably, but I don't really like the vertical lockers. One of the reasons I like using the shelves is you can see everything and they look really neat. And they don't stick out as far as lockers with their doors open. Plastic. Oh. I have no silicon. Well, let's go get some silicon then, I guess. What happened to making the pill? No, the phone's still in there, so I can make it. I put the phone in there because now it's not going to decompose. But I can make it. Like so. And then the other phone over here, I can chuck 10 of that in there. Cool. This is a little bit tidier. I do obviously need to get the other silicon to put the walls up, but... Death 138, where would I fit a vending machine in here? They are chunky machines. Yes, having a vending machine for ingots, the way that I produce ingots in my production room, is probably a good idea. And I probably should do that at some point, like plan around having a vending machine, because then I can put in large amounts of ingots and only pop out 50. Well, if I have a splitter and stuff, I can just take off 50 and put 50 in whatever machine I need and then use it that way. That would probably not be too bad. Oh yeah, my new phones aren't under the grow lights. Yeah. I need new grow lights. Come winter. That's a good point. That is a good point. Random question from a non-English speaker. What's the difference between desk and bench if it kind of looks the same? What did people say in response to that? Desk implies paperwork, bench implies more dirty work than can be a seat. I think that's not a bad differential, but a bench needn't be large enough to have a seat at it, whereas a desk must. A standing desk would still be large enough that you can put a seat under it and sit under it, whereas a bench can be narrow enough that you couldn't really sit comfortably under it. And a low bench can be a seat. Yes, that too. A bench is kind of like a more all encapsulating term to some extent. But it's weird. Anything can be a seat if you try hard enough. Well, I do remember someone saying that the desks in the hospital system I worked in, they had to all be rated to carry an adult sitting on them because people sat on them so much. Oh yeah, the vent won't be on yet, but it's going to turn on soon. See, Zinzerback, around here they'd be called picnic tables if they've got a table. But it's a park bench if there's no table. Because a picnic bench feels weird because that means you're eating on the seat. But yes, one of the many examples of why English be weird. Yes, picnic table with benches either side. Precisely. Now, I was coming in here because I wanted to get something. Silicon. Hey, we've actually got a decent amount. Oh wait, I can leave all these open now. Aha! It's pressurized space. I don't have to worry about the storm. They can all just stay open. Yes. Happy, happy, happy. I'll get one more. Thanks the bouncer. And thank you, Paladin. Thank you for the Prime subs. Yeah, English has a lot of fuzzy terms. I'm not hearing any pipe singing, so this is good. This is very good. I'm also definitely not going to have super hot gas in here, which means... this is ugly, but I'm going to do it. Haha. So the pump doesn't quite keep up, so we may get some singing. I may need some more volume in this network so that the pump can keep up. Although the pump... no, wait. The pump gets more effective the higher the pressure becomes. So if the pump gets effective enough by 5 megapascal, or by 4.85, we should be okay. Yep, those are happy. That's happy. If by 4.8 it isn't enough, no, we just get complaining pipe noises. That's all. Nothing more spectacular than that. Just complaining pipe noises. Barnaby, I've talked about this before. The graphs in this game are incredibly irritating. Because they should have a time scale that's able to be set on them. Through straightforward means. Because it's just sad that if you want to get graphs that actually give you useful information, you have to get so crazy involved to do it. Alright, it seems pretty good. Blissful silence. And we're up to 16 megapascals in the CO2 line, which is pretty good. Filter's still active, pulling more in. So once this reaches 20, that CO2 line should drop and the air conditioners are going to get much more effective. At the moment, I'm still moving hot CO2 from outside into there. So I'm adding extra thermal load to my coolant line all the time because of this. On the topic of benches, where is the line between bench and table, between table and desk? Is it the depth of the table that makes it not a desk, or is it just the use? I think the name of a thing related to those is based on the intent of the designer for that thing, more so than what the thing is actually being used for. Because you'll notice most English native speakers will say, I use a table as my desk. So they recognize it is a table, but they use it as a desk. And so it's the intent of the design rather than the end use of the object. Which makes it even more confusing for people who are not native speakers to learn. In other words, it's all very strange. Okay, I'm going to do a thing because I've been asked to do it and I should do it more often. It is not under that wall type. Which wall type is it? Which wall type has the corner bits? Is it the flat wall or the padded wall? Padded thin. Flat. Oh, it's both. So I want the flat. I want round. I think I want square. Oh, yeah, tidy. No, why? Ah. Ah, what? Hang on. Okay. So I think it's possible that this is, in one orientation, it's going to be using up that wall of this block, and in the other orientation, it'll use up this wall of that block. So what I need this to do is to be arranged such that it's using up that one. Oh, wait, no. Huh. It's not, this isn't the bit that's blocking it. It's the other one. It's this one that's blocking it. Oh, because it's... Oh, why? Ah, that's such an infuriating way to do this. Look at how this rotates around. Yeah, they can't share the same pivot point, and so you cannot put a nice neat end cap on a wall like this. Yeah, I don't care that they're meant for 90-degree corners only, Mike. This is bad. It shouldn't be like this. I don't care what they're intended for. This is what they should be able to be used for. Ugh. That's so annoying.
Power low.
Alright, I wonder how this looks now that it's been suggested as pipes using the end of it. Well, I was going to use it to cover the Z fighting, but
Hydration critical.
it doesn't work there, so I don't know that I am. Because it won't let me. Did I leave any iron in here? I doubt I did. No. Let's go get some iron. No, Bullslayer, it is not because the stairs clip into it. I showed very clearly where the problem is. Though I didn't actually talk it through, so I'll talk it through this time. The problem is, it has a pivot point that is on the corner of the block. So when I rotate this, it goes through those 4 adjacent blocks. That means that I cannot place 2 of these adjacent to one another, because they rotate around the same point, occupying the same point. What it should be, in my opinion, is when I place it, say here, it's going to rotate from here to there, to there, to there. And then it occupies that one small grid space instead. That way you can put one here, you can put one here, you can put one here, and you can have 4 of them around each other for a column. It doesn't do that, and that annoys me greatly. Because all my design ideas just went right out the window. No, Mike, they shouldn't make a 2-wide section. They should move where the pivot is. They're forcing everyone to do a restart of their game when they do the update for the terrain. They should fix that at the same time. Because no one's bases are going to get ruined if they fix that at the same time as doing the terrain, because everyone has to make a new base for the terrain anyway.
Waste tank caution.
And no, I don't think this should be a mod. I think they should just fix it. That's not how that should be. It doesn't align with how the rest of everything else in the game behaves. Yes, Mockmo, it will 100% break saves. There is no question at all. The terrain update will not work. It is a completely different system. They will, obviously, like they have with all the other ones, where there's a complete save break, leave a branch up so you can play your old save as long as you like. But you won't get any new updates. But yeah, the terrain system is such a big overhaul, there's no way they can make it backwards compatible. I think one of the big reasons Space Engineers was so capable of doing backwards compatibility between saves over a very long period of time was that they don't really mess with their terrain system. And their terrain system is modular in such a way that it can't really be messed with in the same ways that games like Stationeers, or the only other game that I went through lots of updates like this for was 7 Days to Die, where every time you get a new terrain system, you'd have to restart a new game. I would also agree with the assertion that the game is perfectly fine to play right now. No reason to wait for the terrain update as such, I don't think. Because, especially if you're learning the game, you're probably going to be very happy to do a restart anyway, because you're going to be learning. And you're going to break stuff, and you're going to have to redo stuff, and you're going to want to redo stuff and do it better, and blah, blah, blah. Water's going alright, actually. 40 litres. It was 60 litres 2 streams ago, so we're not too bad. Oh, I'm wrong. Dang it. Hate being wrong. The small cubes are along the edge, and they do share. Maybe the wall corners should go... they need to make it so they can no-clip then. That's the only way you could do it. Oh, that's irritating. That's going to be more irritating because that's going to stick out the roof. Yeah, they just have to no clip. That's the only way it can possibly work. Unless they made it so that they can't be placed on every single bit. Still a very annoying thing, because it means I have to move that power cable if I'm going to do this bit at a later stage. Why did people tempt me so? Telling me of things I cannot do. No. No, that pipe is not usable. Because that pipe is... going to exchange thermal energy between itself and the surroundings. Just thought I'd get a couple of walls in, extra walls in here. Make it a bit nicer. The pipe doesn't look too bad though. Actually looks relatively tidy. Not bad. Alright, so we got a bit more iron over here, which I will pick up. Before I forget about it, and it just sits there for eons. Now where am I at? All my ranting has made me lose my track. Do I want to mark where that IC-10 is with a sign? Does anyone remember what that IC-10 actually does? Because I don't. What's it doing? Oh, it's the lights. It's the grow lights thingy. Speaking of which, I probably should get some more grow lights. Thank you for another gift sub, sure. The pipe cannot go the 90 degrees because there's something in the wall there that's in the way. So it actually can't do that. You can still see a little bit of the Zed fighting. There's a cable stub. What? Oh, this. Yeah, I suppose I could remove that. I only need 4. I'm gonna have to redo the cables in the ceiling. I'm gonna have to redo all the lighting. No. Alright. Let's redo the lighting cables. Nuts, 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 nuts. I think the beds are too deep for wall mounted. So I got 5 of them. Yeah, I was trying to keep all the cabling nice and tidy on these, but it's not going to happen. Because I think wall mounted this would not work. Or does wall mounted, does it put out 5? Hmm. Hmm. Darksan, I'm pretty confident it covers more than 9 blocks. Does it give any information here? No. Does it give any information on the Stationeers Wiki? Grow light coverage, wall mounted, height 1 meter. Okay. So 3 blocks to the either side, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 forward. So yeah, the grow lights on the wall will work. Seven by 6 rectangle. For a... Oh. Interesting. Ceiling. And then ceiling is a 7 by 7. Interesting. There we go. Useful information. And this time, hopefully correct information, not me making dubious assertions. So that means I am fine going here because 1, 2, 3, either side. 1 meter off the ground is here. So it should work if I place them there. Feels weird, but... Oh. No, the cables need to go up because that's where I've linked them to. The good news is, if some of my plants die during astronomical winter, it's not that big a deal. Because I've got plenty of other plants. And it should only be some of my plants that die. Need to make grow lights with the cabling, yeah. Single cabling point for grow lights would indeed be nice. Oh, let's go outside and fix the rest of that.
Power critical.
Oh, I better be quick then. My power is critical. There we go. Cabled up. Fixed. Nice and tidy. Grow lights should reach all my plants. Happy. Excellent. How is the CO2 going in here? 3.58%. It is getting low. It is nighttime outside. Can I set up that filter to just pull in some CO2? Oh, it's getting warm again. I shouldn't do that. Alright. How close am I to opening up to the other part of the base? $45. Okay. I'm gonna do something stupid. I'm gonna see how much this changes things. Thanks, Baron the Red. Thank you for the prime sub. The words. So, we cycle through to the other side. We currently have 3.48% CO2. Now we cycle to interior. We have 100% CO2. Cancel depressurize. I mean, in the corridor, it's brought it up several percent. 1 cube of CO2 at a time, yeah. I mean, it's actually a meaningful amount of CO2. It's legit a decent amount. Like, it's brought it up by 0.5%. Huh. Oh, I can't mess this up badly. There's actually no way I can mess this up too badly. The reason being that this side is not that bad. If I move too much stuff through, it's really not that bad. Because it's just CO2. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to heat it up too much because it's only 45 degrees on the other side, so it's not so hot that it's going to be a problem. I just wanted to bring enough CO2 in that my plants don't starve. Because I want to get more and more and more O2! Yes, I could just disable the airlock and do it that way, but I wanted to see how much of an impact a full cube made, because I was curious. Rather than just doing the things the way I always do the things. Because we can just do that, and we will rather rapidly add some CO2 to the environment. Well, it won't be that rapid because this pipe volume is very low. This would be quicker if I flip the door, but then I don't get to see what the makeup is. And it's probably better this is slow than fast. Just open the door and see what happens. It should be okay. Not sure I agree with that. Yep, the other side will be getting topped up, exactly. That's fine. Then I'm thinking, I'm just currently trying to work through in my head what I want to do with balancing my carbon dioxide and oxygen levels in my base long term. Because in my previous Venus base, what I did was I had a pump system pulling from my storage tanks and mixing a safe gas mix for me and a safe gas mix for the plants, as in a singular gas mix that met both of those criteria. And that worked, but I'm kind of wondering if there's a different way I can do things. I'm not sure there is a different, efficient way. I was trying to think of some other way of doing it. I wasn't using a mixer, Bullsayer. I was using an IC10 script that was balancing things. Which, if I decide to go down that route, I may well go back to the Venus save to steal that script. Which does kind of feel like the only way to do it, really. Because that balances each individual component to a specific level, which makes things much safer. Which then, to set up something like that, I kind of need to have my full gas storage. But I want to get... Oh, I probably do need to start my storage room if I'm going to make a furnace, because I need to have volatiles and oxygen. Two separated systems, one to keep CO2 up and a second to one to filter out excessive oxygen. Yeah. Well, I think I can leave that vent running for a while now. Because CO2 in here is fine for it to climb. Yes, I'm now heating up the CO2 on the other side, which is annoying. And I'm bringing in more hot CO2, which means I've got to wait even longer till it's cooled down to a safe temperature. But given what I've got available to me, it was the quickest way to get a decent amount of CO2 available for my plants. Because what I'm thinking is, if I overpressure this room a bit, push it up to a moderately high pressure of say 110, 115 kilopascals, and then wait for the CO2 to drop down to nearly plant lethal levels, then open that airlock. No, Takari, I don't want to do I don't want to do the same thing that I've done for the other things of just buying some ice. I like trying to utilize other systems in this game. I like trying to do things in different ways. I like trying to, now that I've got plants, I'm like, I should use the plants. It requires more engineering than just, hey, I'll sell some ores and I'll buy some ice. See you, Shadow. Enjoy your trip away. Okie dokie. So, let's have a look outside of where I can put a production room, or where I'd like to put it, and a furnace. Because production and furnace kind of need to both be considered. The journey is the goal. Indeed, even. Indeed. So at the moment we've got like a corridor that runs down here. Off to this side we've got batteries. Over here, we've got our Stirling engines, which need to remain outside, so that can't be enclosed. We've got this space here, though, which I think could become production room. Especially if the furnace goes maybe off the end of the... Maybe the furnace could go in there. Because what else am I using all that space behind the centrifuges for? Not much, really. So the furnace could go in here. Then where would I put gas storage? Yeah, so my furnace, for this I'm planning on mixing... I'm planning on making a fuel mix and having a combustion furnace. Rather than having a direct heated furnace. It's less it's less easy to balance, it's a bit more faff, but I've got so much volatile in the air that I'm like, let's do it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Furnace makes sense near the ore storage, and production makes sense not too far from the furnace. So I guess I'll begin by paving over this bit for the production room. Ooh. Could that look interesting? It could. I'm just thinking, what if I set the production room down in the floor a little bit? So we have a little set of stairs down to it, and then we have all the production blocks down a block lower. I can't go right down to the lava because it's way too many blocks deep. But I could set it one block deeper and make some split level fun. Let's go print off some steel frames and stuff. And a... whatchamacallit? What was the thing I'm thinking of? Set of stairs. Let's get some stairs. That's a fair point. Do I, instead of putting the production bit deeper, put the furnace deeper? Have the furnace inset. Because I think it'd be weird doing both of them. So I probably just need to do one. Oh, there goes Storm. But this is an astronomical summer storm, so hopefully the temperature will drop dramatically. Let's see if this temperature does drop or if this storm's going to stay hot. Yeah, the CO2 vent's still on. I want to put the pressure in here quite high. So, thinking. Hey, we're down to half as many millimoles of pollutant. We were at 4 last time. I'm down to 2. I don't know where my pollutant's going, but it's disappearing. The vent will not cap out at 100. No, the vent will keep going until this room explodes, if I allow it. Alright. Production room sunken or furnace sunken? I kind of like furnace sunken. Because I can do, like, fuel tanks sunk into the floor. And we have, like, safety railings and a thing. Yeah, I think I'll do the furnace room sunken. And I'll do the production room level with this ground here. Which kind of just means expanding this room. So, once this storm's over, I'll go out there and I'll demolish all of that stuff. Remove it all. And start expanding out. And then I could probably even expand the room into that space and make this volume bigger, meaning I can put even more CO2 in here to convert to oxygen to make the balance between the size of this room and the size of the room I'm joining with a little more favorable. Is it possible you breathed it in? Yes, it is possible because my lungs were injured last time and I did take a pill to fix that. So yes, it's possible. I don't know what else to do while I'm waiting. I mean, I can get rid of these. And I suppose I could put some more shelves up. Sink the furnace, but use chutes to move the ingots to production area. I guess I could do that, but I'll need to... If I set up a system like that, I have to remember to put a sorter on it so that that chute sends me my reagents if I mess up the smelting. So that they stay in the furnace room so I don't have to go all the way around to my production room to go collect the reagents from when I messed up. Because I think we all know that's likely to happen. Now, I'm going to guess that... yeah. I know this is going to be annoying later when I need to make this into my locker storage thing, but at least for now, it will be nice to clear up a little bit of the floor mess. So I can find some of these things that I'm dismantling a bit more easily. Although, I'm not 100% sure it is easier to find stuff on these shelves than it is on the floor. Right, I think nearly everything on the floor is stuff I don't care about now. CO2 canisters and ice, the mining picks and stuff like that. And I'm going to shove that into here. Just to keep it safe. See you, Codeman. Alright, we're at 100 kPa.
Power low.
That vent should be pushing, but it's pushing upstream now, so the vent's probably not as effective. But it's only 50 kPa difference, so. Temperature outside has not gotten dramatically cooler for most of the storm, so sadly we're still at hot storm time of year. Have I opened up my panic room? Technically, no. But I can.
Hunger caution.
See? So there's some more air. More volume, I should say, to share with the other space. That does make me kind of feel like I should just remove this room now. Oh, that's why I kept that door shut. Because it annoyed me that the door goes across there. I'm just going to get rid of the door. There we go. Door is done. It is no longer airlockable, because I'd gotten rid of all the vents anyway. Like, I'd just have this one active vent just sitting on the wall there for no good reason. Throw all my garbage in here? Yeah, I like that, Edit. Let's do that. Pop the vent up there. Let's grab all this rubbish that I don't care about. This is now my garbage room. Any items that I don't have any immediate plans for, go in there. And what else I'm going to do is... Now, I'm only temporarily removing this door. What I'm going to do is I'm going to replace it with an internal door. Because I don't want an airtight door. Yeah, Jax, Twitch has some unusual moderation, auto moderation stuff. I think I'll just have glass. Two glass sheets. Over here. There we go. Now we can even see the garbage that's in there. It's even better. Welding torch, that. These both go in there. Anything else on the wall here that's definitely garbage? That's not garbage, but that's got smeltable, like, off-gassable stuff in it, so that's kind of useful. Yeah, Jax, it does have a different meaning. It does have a potentially concerning meaning, but which is why I haven't repeated the phrase, because it does mean that here. But yeah, it's a bit overzealous at times, the Twitch one. Or it's more aware. Maybe it's just, maybe it could be said to be more aware of what things could mean than YouTube's default one. Alright, so, removing the stuff out here. But yeah, Jax, I don't have any issues with you enabling that phrase, because in the contexts around here, it's never going to be used in the other way. And if it is, I can happily manually time people out. I should shove this through. Keep getting more silicon because I always Can use more silicon. Now, am I relying on this sensor for anything inside? I don't think I am. So I think I put a separate one in for the temperature thing. Nope, I didn't. Okay, I am relying on that sensor. Okay. I will have to replace that at some point then. Good to know.
Waste tank caution.
Yeah, I know, Suit Lady, I know. It's hot out here, I'm working during the day. I am full up of stuff. Yeah, I'll need to move it to the roof. So that is a pressure regulator, which is that. That is something I don't have already up there. Let's shove these up there, because I don't need those. I don't need those at the moment. I can add to that later. Okay, I'll beat you to that one, Jex, because I don't even know what that one is. Am I moving the arc furnace so it doesn't try to plant the ingots? Well, if I'm making a proper furnace room, is that really what I should be focusing on? I don't think so. Yeah, Danny, I don't know why either. I don't know. See you, Shiro. Good luck with the little one. Yeah, I got no idea. Is it a... whatever. It's probably best I don't think about these things too much. Oh, that almost exploded. Might have gotten my broken pipe for people to ask about. But I was quick enough. Not bad. This is getting cleared up quickly. Just noticed that theater mode and full screen keeps the Twitch menu over the streamed content. Oh. I hate it when you go full screen on something and it doesn't actually hide the stuff that you want hidden most of the time. Tell you what, I'm using a lot of pressure regulators these days. I don't recall using them this much in the past. Also, Floridge is back. Just less of it. Indeed. Yay, floorage. Clear that out. Now we need to do that. Oh, hand drill. There's there. Yeah. Okay. There is no longer evidence that I had horrible stuff out here. Refreshing fixture issues. Good, good, good. Refreshing fixes most things on Twitch, it feels like. On the floor. In the pile. On the floor. On the floor. Add to the stack. On the floor. And now. Also. On the floor. Steel. Make some more sheets. So, how far do I want to push this for the production room? Because if I extend it far enough, I can also extend this greenery bit as I go along. And am I then making this corridor pointless? Kind of like the corridor. Also, it really does feel like this vent is not pushing me above... Oh. It isn't pushing me above 101. Why is that? Does the airlock set the safeties on these vents? Or is that the default external safety for these? And it's only the internal safeties. Oh, it is. Oh, I had no idea. I'm sure I've looked at it before, but it wasn't something I mentally registered. That's cool. Alright, so we're stuck at 100. So it's not going to go higher than that, which is probably not a bad thing. Oh, I know it can be changed. I have changed the safeties, but it requires faffing, so I'm not going to. It doesn't seem worthwhile. Feels like it's kind of a sensible safety to just leave. Also, at some point I'm... Oh. Oh. Yeah. That could work. What I could do, I'm just thinking about how to lay out this base so that the layout continues to be more organic and interesting, which sometimes I feel like in games like this I have to force, because it, much like in when I played RimWorld, you sometimes get yourself in this trap of, in tidying things up, you make things feel less real, because there's an efficiency to the grid. But what I'm thinking is, if I continue to this greenhouse slash kitchen room, so this becomes my kitchen, dining, and I can maybe even put a working bedroom in like this space, and then we go around behind the bedrooms to a production room which has a wall between this and it in it, so there'll be a wall that runs directly down there. Maybe we go 2 blocks further for all of this stuff, for the bedroom and stuff and that side of things, and then use the remaining space as production room. I think that could look quite interesting. Yeah. Thanks, Spinzone. Thank you for the Prime sub. No safety is the best safety. Ah. A member of the Empire, then. You must be evil. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Because I've definitely fallen into that camp more than once. That'll do for those. Let's get some steel frames, because I need some of those. Imagine safety stops you from blowing your base up. It's almost like that's exactly it. Yeah, it is stopping my base blowing up, but, you know. Thank you, Kate. Thank you for the prime sub. How's it going? I have a gap between the greenhouse and production room, so it's not... so as not to block light to the plants. I don't think I'll continue the plants the whole way down. I think I'll stop them here, actually. So the next 2 blocks will be empty, which means the wall shouldn't block the light in any meaningful way. And I could put a door, like an internal door like this one here, in between the 2. I'm impressed that you can make a 2 cubic meter steel cube with only 2 grams of steel. Yes. The units in this game are quirky, let's say. So that's 1, 2, 3 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I really want to have at least 18 of these, but that's actually 4, so I need 24 of them. So if I get 30, I should be able to lay out a pretty tidy area where I can still walk around the outside. Game logic, gotta love it. I do feel like even if you ignore the numbers from a wow, that's a really efficient form of steel, and instead think of it as a wow, that's a really quite balanced number for the way the game deals with that material. I reckon I do think Rocketworks have done a pretty good job of balancing that from a gameplay perspective. Two more. Yeah, making a kilogram of steel for a single frame is not... doesn't make sense. And I feel like the gram unit feels less nonsensical than if we went down the Space Engineers scale of units, where everything's kilograms and bigger. Even though grams do feel a bit strange. Nope. Yeah, and then you got Valheim and a lot of fantasy games where you use a ridiculous amount of material to make a single sword that can still be wielded with a single hand. Yes? Although that could be argued to be just you're really, really bad at making it, and so you waste heaps of material. Yeah, Hydroneer particularly odd on that front, yes. The old days where space engineers actually had conservation of mass. And then they got rid of it. For I'm not sure why. You want to know how it 3D prints wire coils and light bulbs. I feel like it's better for us to... There's a part of me that's like, how would a hard sci-fi author write the explanation for that? Then there's another part of me that really doesn't want to read a hard sci-fi author's explanation of that. I'm like, I just don't care. Enough. But then I'm like, but might be nice for some people to have that explanation. Yep, this is an arc welder. It uses electricity to weld. I want to avoid using a fuel-based welder because if I were to use a fuel-based welder inside, I would pollute my base. Also, the canister is exposed. Like, filling up the fuel canisters is a pain. So, I prefer not to have to do that as well. Ow. Just thought I'd try and get more of these bits fully welded up. Because I'm thinking about the front of my base as well, and that the entry may well move outward a little bit to get a bit of some proper entry space. There's also the danger of leaving the welder on and cooking yourself. That is very true. Very true. Thank you, Calva. Thank you for lucky 13 months. I think something like the Industrial Overhaul mod from Space Engineers style of you need to have all the different components to make a thing. If you're going to have that, it needs to be interesting. Like, the game needs to allow you to make it interesting to do each of those things. Which Space Engineers doesn't. Space Engineers does not make it interesting to do all those different things. How cool is the ore room now? I've just unsuited, so I don't know. And can't easily check. Now, am I seeing... Wait, no. 35 litres, so we've used 5 litres already. I am going to need to buy some more water. So, have we got any traders that are liquids traders? Nebula Nucleus, Gas for Less, Cosmos Convenience. Gas for Less might... sell some steam. Got 2 minutes, so I probably don't have time to go and sell some stuff. I can't really get an angle on the pipe to the vent, unfortunately. Because I put the vent right up at the ceiling. Do I have time? I've got 340 bucks. I think I'd be better off just going and selling off some of my iron. Oh. Yeah, I'll wait for a liquids trader because gas trader not... And having to cool the steam down will be a bit of a pain. But I just realized I should probably check how much he's willing to buy. Oh. Why'd you turn yourself off? Forgot about fixing that when I saw the 3 grams of... I think so, 500 and 400 of iron and copper. 400 of coal. So 5, 4, and 4. Okay. Yeah, Krasil, that's what I was thinking. I think a good hard sci-fi writer would do, as Anton had said, where they would know how it works but would not mention it because the characters know or just accept it. But the standard sci-fi, hard sci-fi writer would not be able to resist explaining it to the reader because they've spent so much time and effort figuring out how it might work. And they want to show off. They want to show off how smart they are. This game feels like The Martian. Yeah. Not inaccurate. It's based off a game called Space Station. Like, the original inspiration was a game called Space Station 13. Which is all that very... 38. Oh yeah, I've got so much. 500. 1. 200. 300. 400. 500. And then 400 of this. How many do I have? Yep, plenty. And coal. Same deal. There we go. Feel like I'm missing something there, Eagle One. That feels like the sort of thing that I'm pretty sure Capac might know the answer to, but what the heck is an antag? Bear in mind, have not ever read The Martian and am usually a little bit not super up on various sci-fi references that people expect me to be. Like, I've never watched any proper Star Trek, that sort of thing. Oh, is that short for antagonists? That are robust enough in this game? Yes. The biggest antagonist in this game is me. Oh, in Space Station 13, antags are players that have hostile goals. Yeah, no, that was something that I think was originally intended to potentially be a thing in Stationeers, but in Stationeers it's too powerful. It's so easy to be the bad guy. Like, there's no challenge, so there was no point in them pursuing that route. Uh-oh. Keep doing that. Keep clicking the wrong button. Ah! Why am I left clicking? I need to right click. Come on, brain, catch up with what's happening in front of me. Yeah, the chaos and mayhem in Stationeers is very much player driven, as in it's very easy to make mistakes that cause catastrophe. So it is very much a case of you are your own worst enemy. There we go. Look at all that. That's some good cash. That'll buy me plenty of water when I get the next person. So, see you, bud. Thanks for staying here for a few months. Thanks, Grimbarrow. Thank you for the 6 months in advance. Thank you very much. Yeah, I need to try out Space Station 13 at some point. Just so that I have an idea of what people are talking about when they're talking about that this was like this was inspired by it. I'm kind of struggling to figure out a way to play it that suits the way I like to play games, because I'm very much not a PvP kind of guy. So I would struggle with doing that. Let's put another silicon through. Stationeers is truly a game about hubris. Yeah. Cannot argue with that. Alright. What do we got? We have building. We have asteroid appliances. We have building again. Planetary pebbles. Interstellar ingots. Let's see if we can get the pebbles in time. I think that's faster than 53, maybe? Nope, that's not. $57, alright, I think we need to go up. No. Down. $46. Oops, wrong way. 35, come on. 25, is that close enough? Yes. I like that you can have less important roles like janitor or passenger. Wow, building is really popular out there right now. Now, planetary pebbles would allow me to pressurize the other bit of the base, because I'm pretty sure these are the guys that sell the ice. Pretty sure. Yep. Also, I don't know what to do with junk ore. Doesn't feel like it's worth taking it off their hands, even though it's free. Yeah, I'm thinking I can do it without it now as well, so I'm probably not going to buy that, even though it's super tempting to do it for the nitrogen. I will not. I will resist the temptation. Centrifuge, junk ore, but RNG, what type you get for the whole stock? You mean a whole stack, Shadow Drake? What temperature is it in here? Like, can junk ore... Like, is there... Given that my system is quite full, as it is, with stuff, is there any meaningful benefit to me piping that junk ore through? Because isn't it just going to get me all the same stuff that I've already got tons of? Oh, it's the entire trader's stock. If centrifuge gets you 0.2 copper the whole 800. In my opinion, it isn't worth it. Yeah, that doesn't sound worth it. That does not. Okay. So we're 43 degrees in here, which is really quite good. Do I roll the dice? I feel like I roll the dice. Open the airlock and see what happens. Before I do that, though, I'm going to drink. And I'm going to eat. Okay, here goes. Data disk. Blonk. Yeah, everybody ready? All this gas is gonna go out very quickly. It's only 57% O2. Maybe I need to wait a little bit longer. I'm not worried about the heat. The heat's not going to be the problem. The plants will survive the heat. The problem is going to be whether I can survive in this environment. And whether I have enough O2 to survive in it. Yeah, let's find out. Where's the fun if we don't take any risks? In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Power low.
Equalizing. O2 levels in here are too low. So now we turn this on. Which isn't working. Do I need a pipe segment before that? Is that why that's not working? Or did I put the wrong regulator in? No, that's a pressure regulator. That should be right. Because some things don't need the pipe segment anymore for passive vents. And I wasn't sure whether it's all of them. Oh no, it seems like it's fine. No, I don't want a back pressure. It's a pressure regulator here because it's regulating forward of the regulator. Back pressure would regulate that. Forward pressure regulates that. Which it is doing. It's pushing it up to 100. I think it's breathable in here. Let's check. It is currently breathable in here. At what point does it not remain breathable?
Oxygen low.
There. Okay. Good to know. No, there's plenty of pressure on the reservoir side. 15 megapascals on that side. This is a small volume pipe now, though. So it's going to equalize quite slowly and depressurize this quite slowly. Tank still has almost 15 kilomoles. You need 21 kPa of oxygen as a partial pressure, and that means that when I get to just a little bit further, when it drops, because we're down at around 60 kPa, if it drops to less than a third, it's no longer breathable. But it is remaining breathable for a surprisingly long time. So I am pleased. It is slowly dropping in here though, so let's make this system a little more efficient. Nope, wrong thing. That should work a bit more quickly. But it's still going to be slow. But O2 in this cube is going up. So that's what I was hoping for. Why is the pressure going down? Because I'm now connected to here. We are opened up. We're not breathable through here. The plants might like it, but the human body does not. Oh, excuse me. Ah, lovely. So good. I need to put lights in here. I'm quite happy with this. I wasn't expecting this to go so smoothly. We are down to fractions of a millimole in this atmosphere. I think it is getting deleted. I think the pollutants are disappearing. Because the pollutant fraction is going down, and then you go over here and there's none. It's down to a fraction of a millimole here. Does climb. But I do feel like it is getting deleted. Yay! Because it was a whole millimole before. Alright, so one of the things I want to do right now, fix up an annoyance of the airlock. Like so. Because the bumping over the doors twice is annoying. At least this way I only bumped once. Then we need to get rid of that powered vent. Yeah, I'll need some sort of gas mixing system at some point. That's true. That is true. Oh. Thud, Charlie, thud. Does that power cable go anywhere else? Yes, it goes over there. Okay. Let's try and tidy this up a little bit. Don't remember where that goes. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to fix that too. Just one sec. I need to take a quick bio break and blow my nose because it's really annoying me. I'll be right back in just a moment. Just realized you don't have a Charlie emote. Yeah. I would probably have to be a somewhat decent artist to come up with something that I think would be, I'd be happy with for that. And so that's probably going to be a difficult thing to make happen. Not averse to the idea, I just, yeah. Well, Shadow's done a really cool looking Charlie, but I don't think it would work great at emote scale. I'd have to have another look at it, but it was... Capturing that at emote scale is tricky. Kazuma, no, that's not how art works. You can't just slap something into a thing and make it pixelate it, make it small, and expect it to still convey the same information. It just doesn't. Like, that's how you see, how much skill goes into good pixel art. It is so much more, there's so much more that needs to be done to help it convey the right information in fewer pixels. Yeah, actually, that's not a bad point, Mike. I did do okay with Charlie at farm crop scale, which, if I did something like that at emote, like that would probably convey on an emote, maybe? Maybe it would work. Maybe I can do it. I hadn't thought about that. Not sure I'm ready to try to do an animated emote, because I feel like it'd have to be an animated emote for when she shakes her head. But I was thinking about, like, adding some extra emotes, particularly a Reggie one. Oops. Alright, so back to the task at hand now that I've tidied a few things up and we've opened this up and we're waiting to see if I actually have enough oxygen to make this place breathable. 41%, 38%, 36. I think it's still just barely breathable beyond the door. But how low does it go? %, at 67 kPa. Ooh. That's almost breathable. That's actually quite close. And the oxygen's only going to be going up, even without me emptying my tank, because all those ferns are producing a moderate amount. Oh, cool.
Hydration critical. Power critical.
Close that. Decrease a bit of my clutter. See if there is a liquid. Oh yeah. My pollutants are gone. Deleted. Cheesy as, but, you know. Just a convenient side effect. Interstellar irrigation. Oh, what's interstellar irrigation? Can I get it in time? I don't know what orbiting oxygen is either. Anyone have any idea on that one? Irrigation typically means water, but when we're talking about stationeers, it may well mean something completely different. It may well mean plants. My water supply is down to about 30-ish liters and is falling more rapidly than I would like. I'm not going to get this in time, because I'll have to also go reject the other one. Oh well. I might as well go send the other one away, because they're just going to get in the way of when I do need someone. Alright, close that again. Let's check my water supply. Need to move this higher up. It's a bit low. 33 liters remaining. It is dropping. How much is left in my oxygen tank? Oh, I've only put out 5 kilomoles so far. Right, let's do the test. Oh. Oh. Hey, it's all breathable. Yeah. Now I definitely need lights in here. Time to turn the oxygen tank off. Ah, Starman. You clearly don't know the backstory of why I refuse to use the light. Now, I have a way to up the CO2 when I need it, but for now, I think I'll just leave it as is. We're at 54% CO2. It's going to take a long time for the plants to handle the CO2 that's in here. And we should be alright for a good chunk of time. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure I don't. Yeah. The portable, so the original reason I stopped using the portable light, because I used to use it. I used it way back when Capac and I played on our modified Europa save, where back when we could use the Lulan style structures. And a quite sizable number of people were saying that, could I please not use that because it was causing flickering of the lights that was making it uncomfortable for them to watch. So I was like, yep, that's fair. I'm not going to do that anymore. Then, during the Venus series, there were some people who I decided to irritate because they were being very rude in the comments about it, and so I chose to never use it again. Because instead of nicely asking for it, they were very abrasive. No one who's currently in chat, no one who's just want to make that clear, those people I haven't seen around, but they were very irritating, and if they're still watching, haha, this is why I do it. So it's kind of both reasons. Now, it's a little bit of me being annoying to people who are rude, and me being nice to people who get discomfort from flickering. I was going to suggest trying it out to see if it still has the same effect, but never mind. Indeed does. But honestly, if it causes the flickering, I don't notice the flickering, so it's not something that I'm going to be able to pick up on during a stream, and will then just make those people who find that uncomfortable. So it's honestly the first things, but it's just funny to say the second petty answer as well. So that's really more the reason why I say that alternative. So lights. I want some lights throughout the rest of the base. I think it also depends on which suit you're wearing. Some suits it's okay with, some suits it's not. I think the hard suit was a particularly bad one for the flickering. So, people have said, no, the flickering doesn't happen, but I'm like, I think it always was okay with some suits, but not all. Yeah, let's go right there. Might put it that way because I think that'll be easier to cable. Alright, we'll do those ones for now and see how much more light we need. Yeah, I'd explained that before to someone and they were really rude about it, and I'm like, well, you know what? You've given me another small reason not to do this.
Hunger caution.
I think I should be able to run this off these lights in this corridor, the two that are in here. I think I'll run them just off the regular lights from here, but then I should probably create a new lighting circuit for the battery room. Then maybe I should... yeah. I won't do... and then I'll create a new lighting circuit for the other room too. Now, could I have put this the other way? Yes, I could, and I will. Because that will be... nope. Not over the window. Neater. Okay, need more cables. Remove that passive vent too. Oh yeah, it doesn't actually need to be there. It's not doing anything. Except potentially heating up inside. A teeny tiny little amount. Yes! Yes! Cool. Just realized something. It may mess with these skylights a little bit, but maybe I'll be able to do something fun with it. I was thinking I could turn this little spot up here, put a set of stairs in, and then this could be the bedroom above the living area down below in the little apartment for the worker here. Those still iron walls in the old room? Yes. Yes, those are. It has never been upgraded. I didn't have any reason to. Drill. Turn my suit lights off. Oh yeah. Yeah, nice. I like when I get a bit of time to spend like I like it when I take the time to do a little bit more of the decorative stuff. So I'm very guilty of rushing my way through this game a bit sometimes. So well, let's make a transformer before I print too many cables. So I need a couple of those. Jiggle, jiggle. Alright, so 4 in here. I think I'll put the light... Yeah, I'll just put the light transformer on this wall. Should work well enough. Gonna be safe enough from all the other stuff. Then, for my room in here, where have I got the transformer for all this stuff? Around there. Yeah, Sarian, it's so true. It is ironic how I've, in previous games, not set up deep miners because I've been rushing doing other stuff. Whereas this one, I rushed for the deep miners, and now it makes all the decorative stuff much more feasible, so I don't have to worry so much. Because a lot of the rush is me being like, oh, there's actually a functional thing I should be doing. Oh, there's another functional thing I should be doing. Oh, there's another functional thing I should be doing. Rather than being like, well, I've got so much resources. I don't have to do the functional first. I can do them after. I can just be like, nah, the functional can wait. I've got time. Because on Venus particularly, I did feel like any resources I put into something that wasn't related to cooling, gas management, or other functional stuff was wasted resources. Because I had so much of that stuff to do. And because I was hand mining. Whereas once you've got the kind of resource amounts that I've got now, it just doesn't feel like that anymore. So it makes me really happy. I'm glad that the thoughts that I had about how to make this feel better were correct. Feels like so much more gets done here. Well, yeah, part of that is going to be... It's the early stages of the game where you do get more done than what I got done on Venus. But I think also it is... A big part of it is that this save I make a thing look pretty. And that feels instantly different. Because if you make a functional thing and then you never go to that room again... Unless you were there to see it gets built. You're not going to notice that, are you? But I do believe that there's a big part of the feels like you haven't missed something is going to be down to scale of the builds. But also on Venus, I've rebuilt that cooling system so many times. So annoying. And that did feel a bit Groundhog Day-ish.
Hunger critical.
Oh dear. I love that it's still jiggling out even though they've stopped printing. That's gonna last me a little while. Lights. Nope, lights have an H in it. Also, I need some iron. Do we have an iron in the belt? Nope, let's go grab some.
Hydration critical.
I love the sunlight coming through on the silos there. I don't think I have enough wires either. Nope. 100 and what? 72? So when am I planning to put stackers? I will put stackers when I build the new production room. When I move the things in there. Because until then, I don't have room. Yes. So Katet, what I was just talking about there are blocks called stackers. So if we head around to my mining thing, around here we have up here a sorter. So this separates the two materials. One, like this will be all the different types of ores coming through, and then cobalt comes off here. Then it goes into this thing here, which is a stacker. The stacker will output. It's actually probably better if I go down to the mining setup because you can actually see the thing. Oops, wrong way. I can't get down to mining from here. The stacker will take, say, it will keep collecting silver for this particular sorter until it hits the stack amount that I've set, and then output that. So with the cables, what I could have is the printer outputting into a stacker, and when that stack reaches 50, it outputs the 50 stack of cables, which is the maximum stack amount. And so it'll output a single stack of 50, and then another stack of 50, and you can eventually end up with the silly, overwhelming, massive amounts like I did just then, but they'll be in full stacks, which makes them a lot easier to use. And a lot less of a faff to pick up like I just had then. But they take up a fair bit of space, and I don't really have the room in here for them, so I'll do that once I move my production to another room. Potato goes in potato holder. Now, iron should be done so I can get those lights printed. Actually, Tinjo... Oh, Danny... Sorry, it was Danny who said that. The progress in this series may also be due to the sheer amount of resources that I'm able to produce. So yeah, I may be, especially now that I'm onto building bigger projects, I can still produce a lot of materials because of the mega miners. We're gonna have to use jetpack in here. So I hope my jetpack does not contain anything nasty. Just hot CO2. Good. Now, lighting in here. I'm probably going to want to do something a bit awful. How many windows? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10's not a great number. So I'm probably going to want to do this. So the lights actually fall on the fronts of the machines. Oops, wrong way. Oh no, that one can be that way, weirdly. But I will fix it. Alright, let's get the cables in. I'm not sure cable numbers amounts, whether it's cheaper for me to link all of these up in 2 separate strings, or whether it's cheaper for me to have joined them up into one, like bring this around on each of them. And I honestly can't be bothered doing the calculations as I've already started doing it this way. And I reckon I'm going to need to make a new jetpack filler before I get all these lights done.
Power low.
No! There's a heavy cable in the corner. Can I put... Oh no, I have to do it this way. Oh, that should work.
Jetpack low.
Yeah, I know, jetpack's low. I also know it's going to run out soon. But I also know I'm in not too bad a place to be able to fill it up with not superheated CO2. Because I can fill this from my coolant line, because my coolant line has an auto refill. There we go. Well, we have some light in here now. I can definitely potentially lose something in this corner, but... Get there. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Filler. I need one of those. And I need one of these. And I need some of these. And I also wouldn't mind getting a canister. Now, can I make smart canisters? Yes. Let's make 2 of these. Why don't I make the filler in here? Because the gas is not connected up to here yet. And I honestly don't know where I would want to have the gas connected to. So I'm going to set it up where it's easy to set up, and then I will connect this up and maybe build another canister filler in here. Basically, the way I'm thinking is, no matter what I do in here, I'm going to have to redo it when I build the suit thingy. Whereas if I build it in the other one, at least it'll be a system that can remain forever. And I can add an extra one when I do the suit filler thingy in here. That's my thinking. There is no AC line in there. There is no CO2 in there. This is same atmosphere as my base. The CO2 is over here. So yeah. We have a look at this gas line. Sorry, that's the wrong one. This one. You can see it's my general atmosphere makeup. Which I should probably put a pipe around to here and put on the coolant as well. Although I've got this AC doing that one. But I should probably share those two now. Because this line is now set up. So I've got two air conditioners cooling. Alright, so I forgot to bring inline tanks. I need to go grab those. Hey, Betty. Yeah, I should probably move the second AC in. Or just get rid of it. So I'm not sure it's required. So, I need to remove this line a bit. Probably. So pressure regulator will need to be a pressure regulator. Just a regular one. Arrgh. Has to go that way around. So we go pressure regulator into a set of inline tanks. So that we've got a decent volume of gas. And then we have our bottle filler. Which I will eventually get around the way I want it. Tank fill.
Waste tank caution.
Yeah. Easy. This is for your jetpack filler. Do you need the extra volume? You don't if you need to fill it. You don't need to fill it fast. Fair point. That is a fair point. I don't know whether I want to change this now. I can make this more compact. Yeah, I think I do. I think it... Yeah, you're right. It's wasteful. Let's not do it. Ah! Don't throw away your spanner. What I'll do is I'll give it a little bit of volume because otherwise it's really slow. But yeah, it doesn't need a lot. No, the volume's not there to prevent overpressure. The volume is there to make it fill quickly. Because otherwise, as I replace the tank in there, it'll just remain... It'll take forever to fill it. It's literally a speed thing. So basically, if I... Say we're talking about my oxygen canister. If it doesn't fill fast enough, I can end up taking a canister out, breathing it all, or using it as coolant for my suit quickly enough that the next one hasn't filled. And the way we speed that up is by making sure that the volume in here is large enough that when I exchange the canister, the next one is already mostly full from the volume in this line. But for this one, that's not necessary, because it's going to have plenty of time to fill in between the time it takes me to use up the next jetpack. Maximum 20. Okay, so 18 is good. Although I think I did 18,500, so it went the nice purple. So I'll turn that on. Pop that in. And now we have a nice full smart canister for my jetpack. And the next one, yeah, it starts at 14, so yeah, this is already ridiculously fast. Now I am carrying a hot potato that may explode if I stay out here long enough. That is automated. What more could be automated with that, Eponymous? Mr. Yaw? As far as I'm concerned, that's automated. All I have to do is swap it out. It's full. It fills the canister safely. Oh, turn it on? No. The regulator can just stay on. Doesn't need to turn off. Just gonna chuck that up on the shelf. Cool. I have a better jetpack. Very nice. I also can't see where that has opened there. But 200 watts, 200 whole watts. I mean, that is a fair bit of power usage. You are correct, but on the other hand, archers. We got Sterling Archer on the case. It's fine. Purple paint on it. Yes. That is a thing I should probably do. Let me finish this first, because if I don't, it won't ever happen. I think we all know that. Also, I don't need that open all the time. There we go. This is lit. I would like to also get the extra centrifuges in. Speaking of using up excessive amounts of power. How much power does an icy housing use? $50 watts. So, I mean, I'd probably need them to be automated for several to make it really worthwhile. But yeah, you'd save 150 watts by running a little housing that turns that off whenever it's full. So, it's not too silly. How many more distractions can I have before I build this production room expansion? How many? I think
Hydration critical.
I should do it now. So, what do I need to do? I need to build walls. And I think it's a part of me that wants to make it 2 blocks high, the room. And then I'll maybe make all of this 2 blocks high. But then does that diminish my control room? Kinda does. But I kinda like 2 block high space, it just makes everything feel much more open. And I can deal with making the control room more interesting after that, because then the control room could gain an extra block in height for getting the big dish inside. So it can all get bigger. Okay, so that needs a whole lot of walls. Get wall. Make walls. Lots and lots and lots of walls. Give me all the walls. Maybe drop it down one block and then it's got... Huh. Interesting idea. Drop down the whole production area, so it's not just a sunken in the middle sort of thing. If I, say, for example, moved these 2 blocks and made these into a stairway that goes down, and then I remove all that floor that I just welded up, drop it down a block, that would also give me a good reason to have that corridor that goes around the back that's at the same level as this is, because that bit's set down a block lower. The furnace room, I can sink the center of the room because it'll be interesting, but if I did drop all of this, it would keep the roof at the same height while giving me the nice headroom. I'm just thinking about where else I could put stairs. Given we've got these stairs going up to the control room and this corridor going around here. So these blocks here need to remain as they are. So it'd either be maybe stairs where this machine is, or stairs where this is and we leave the greenhouse bit elevated as it is for now. And then eventually, once I've closed that up, I can remove those windows and turn them into railings. That overlooks the work area. Yeah, that could be interesting. It's going to be a lot of mining. It is going to delay the production room a bit. But I think we can make it work. I don't recall planning stairs in here because the room's too small for stairs. The spiral stairs don't exist, do they? I haven't missed spiral stairs becoming a thing, have I? There are those scaffold stairs, but they're bigger than 2 blocks. And I didn't really like them. For internal use. For a fire escape, yeah, look cool. Or for like an industrial area, but for internal, Put a lift in there. Put a lift in there, you say? Interesting idea. I'm open to this concept, because that room would be easy to connect up to here, so the corridor just joins in here. So I could use a lift to go up 1 floor instead of a set of stairs. I could also use the same lift to go down 1 floor. It would be arguably the most pointless lift ever. But it could be a thing. I will think about it. Yeah, Stationeers has proper lifts. You can make them fast enough that they're weird to ride, but they work. Quite well. I think I'll stop there for those. Let's start getting some plastic. I will take this outside and start laying it out. Yay, pointless lift, yeah. I quite like a lift for doing a double block drop. But for a single one, it does feel a little excessive. Okay, so window, 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 window. Probably want to stop here. Or I could rearrange this so that I can line that up neatly with that. Or I can get rid of this weird little cube at the corner. I'll just deal with this as it is right now. So... I don't think I want to do windows across the entire roof. But if I line up windows with the existing ones in the corridor, maybe that could look alright? No, that's going to look weird. Turn the corner cube into an airlock to access outside. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I think what I'll do for the windows in here instead is this. Something different to what I normally do. A little square of windows with a regular roof in the middle. Now I should probably make the flat walls I need to make this roof make more sense. It'll look better since I am doing this properly this time. So let's stop the plastic being printed and we'll switch to that. All of plastic, gimme, 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 gimme. Okay. Do I have any other walls on here? Flat wall. Singular one. Alright, I don't need too many flat walls, so I'm just going to make up... I don't know. We need at least the 4 for the center, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12... 1, 2, 3, 4, 20. So I need 24. With this room, I could do what we were talking about last week. If I don't put windows all the way around, if I replace some of these with wall bits, I could do what we were talking about and actually put angled frame supports in. So it just looks like they're internal supports, which might be nice. If I replace, say, that window piece with a wall and put an angle on that and an angle over here or something like that, maybe it'd look interesting. To try and give it some appearance of structural integrity. I don't think the columns would really do what I want from a visual perspective. White floor, walls, and roof make things look so much brighter. Yes, they do. Now, do I have any steel sheets? Don't need to be carrying those at the moment. I don't think I do. I think I welded every single one that I had. So I need at least enough steel sheets to get all these done. We got flat, we got large panel arrow, large panel plating, small panels and hatch, small panel arrow. Not sure which type of wall I want. These are iron sheets, unfortunately not steel. And I keep the iron sheets around because there are a number of devices that actually need them to be completed. Come on, just a few more. Just a few more. I think I only need one of these per wall, don't I? Yes. Cool. I'll just stop there. Oh. Don't like leaving the half grams. There we go. Oh yeah, power's really low.
Oxygen critical.
It's a good thing I opened my helmet when I did. I was really lucky because that wasn't intentional at all. I think I'll go plating in the middle. And then around the outside we will go with... What is large panel arrow? Oh, it's got literally just that teeny tiny little arrow in it. Okay. Hey, Victus. Hey, TuberMH. Thank you for the Prime sub. Yes, Stationeers on a Saturday as Shaq is away this week, so we couldn't do our regular Space Engineers. Small panels, two-tone, monochrome, arrow, hatch, plating, large panel arrow, large panel. I think I'll just go the large panel. Oh. Let's build up some of this and I'll see if I want to change it, because I think I will. I think I may want to switch these guys out to large panel in the middle. Yeah, alright. I'm gonna switch this out. I doubt we'd ever get this in Stationeers, but I think it would be quite nice to have the ability to change a wall type in situ for things that occupy the same amount of space. And then what I was thinking of doing was going with the plating down the sides here. And also potentially being able to rotate wall blocks in situ. Wallpaper mode on the spray gun, yeah, something like that. Maybe if they changed the way decals worked, that would work. Yeah, I'm happy with it that way. Yeah, I think that'll look interesting enough. Now, obviously, you can't really get the full sense of the roof when you're this close to it, but when we drop down and looking up, you'll get a much better sense of how this roof is, how it looks, which is why I think it's important to do it well. That, and I rarely spend much time on this, so it's kind of nice to. Which way around is the plating? That's the wrong way.
Hydration critical. Waste tank caution.
Okay, okay. Gee, that was close. I really need to respray those those canisters. I almost put my jetpack into my waist suit, my waist slot. It was very close. There we go. I'm happy with that. What's the tool glaziers use to carry glass sheets around with the suction cup? Something like that could work as a move block tool. Yeah. Yeah, that could work. In situ replacements, but not airtight while changing over. Ooh. Oh, I don't know how I feel about that. I understand why you're suggesting it. I just don't know how I feel about that. There is a lot of validity to what you're saying, but oh. I kind of just want to do my decorations without having to worry. I mean, it would encourage you to put the wall on wall for an exterior surface so that you do have an external so that then you can mess with stuff. So it's not that hard to work around, but yeah, a little scary for me. I should probably put walls in place of some of these windows. There shouldn't be all windows all the way around that wall. One more. Might as well get a full stack. You want a junk room? Shadow Wolf? That's my junk room. This is my not junk room. You're not going to shower soon, your health will start being affected. No. The shower thing just makes me consume water and food faster. I don't have to worry about anything more than that with it. It's something I should probably be better at handling. I do tend to spend a lot of time in a fully pressurized environment with my suit on, which means I reckon I need to prioritize getting the whole having a suit storage thing so that I don't do that anymore. Right, which blocks should get the wall? This one should become a wall. Which I might actually do that way. Let's do these two. Oh, no. I'll just do the corners. There we go, that's enough. And so that I can get rid of the iron walls, I'll do regular walls here. I realize having the nice panoramic windows will actually be kind of fun to look up from the sunken floor, look up through the windows and see the black hole going past. Alright, that's the plastic done. Let's swap. Get the glass finished, and then I need to vent this space. Wait, no. Then I need to sink the floor. Then I need to vent the space. I think that's all of those windows done. Yep. Like, I could obviously do the cheesy, let's just build a whole bunch of frames and make it perfectly voided that way, but I won't. Install lights before sinking floor. That almost sounds sensible. Oh yeah, I need to move that sensor as well. The only problem that sensor will cause is that this number will be weird. That's all. Now, I just realized something. Thought that might work that way. I probably don't need it saying outside temperature. Okay, let's make some lights. So I was thinking I can put 4 lights in the middle, or maybe even 8 lights around the edge of that. I'll have a look at what I can do. See what might work. At least I'm in yellow. Shower. A little bit less stinky. Let's go have a look at what I can do. Where will I put these lights? And I will move the sensor for this down to just here on the floor, I think. Would make the most sense. I don't remember how I've got that set up. Whether I need to change something about it. Wait, no. Almost picked up the wrong gas sensor. Is that one I need to remove? it just set up on the... I think it's just set up on the disc, isn't it? Did I forget about getting water? Yes. Accurate. There we go. Put this back where it belongs. Actually, that's a more inconvenient computer. Let's put it in this one. And now, lights. So, how could I do this where it'll still be cableable? It's probably, it could make sense for me to do the lights like this.
Hunger caution.
Have 4 like that. And then I can add some around the outside if it still needs more lighting, which it probably will need some wall lights. Some extra lighting along the sides here, too. But I think I'll add them after the fact. Whoa, 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 whoa. When I start advertising my station to be a place for people to come for a sauna, it will not be the last sauna they ever experience. This is not Hotel California. People are welcome to leave and come back later. Probably. I mean, it might be. I mean, unless you're a robot trader, in which case, yes, it is that. So I think I can put a transformer over on the wall here, branching off from here. Put the transformer on the wall there, and then I should be able to turn those lights on. This is exactly what the owner of Hotel California would say. Yes. There is a considerable degree of truth there. More truth than I am comfortable with. Transformer. Anything else I needed? No. No, there was not. I mean, it's true, you might not escape the event horizon. That is a valid concern. Look at this. Lighting going in before the room's even done. Who am I? This is weird. This feels strange. This doesn't feel right. Come on. Next thing, you'll actually automate the lights. No. No, I don't think even Evil Universe Splitsy would do that. In an infinite number of universes where there are infinite possibilities, I still don't think that would happen. Well, at least this part's quick. Because I was somewhat prepared for this unexpectedly, given that I'd already built frames all the way around the outside walls anyway. Question is, do I want to... I probably do want to do this properly. Dang it. I'm still going to need more frames. So I was going to say, should I just place the ones in the floor exactly in the position that they were at the level above, or should I put the ones in the wall too? And I should probably put the ones in the wall too. Do it all proper like. Glass floor. I don't think for the production room. I think we will have some fun with that if I get to the point of having my hotel. Oh. Oh!
Critical. Temperature critical. Oxygen critical. Temperature high. Low pressure.
Well, that was the wrong button to press.
Waste tank caution.
I just accidentally hit I instead of J. Like I just fat fingered it. Have I now polluted this air? Have I polluted my waste tank?
Waste tank critical.
No. Okay, good. The flush worked.
Hunger critical.
Phew. Oh, got away with that one. That was lucky. Any frames in there? No. I will be right back. I need to take a quick bio break. 1 minute.
Power low.
No capacs were harmed in making of that. Yeah, don't think I can make that claim. No real capacs were. They're all impostinators. Oh, one more. All imposters. Okay. Let's eat, I suppose.
Hunger caution.
I think these potatoes are starting to sprout at this point. Down to 78% health. Or down 78% damage, or however you want to say it.
Hunger critical.
Yes, the medical prank is exactly how I created the capacs for the Be Right Back screen. I used the same script, mod, to do that. To just spawn a bunch of them and have them float around in fun gravity fields. That's why they, like, if I go to it, that's why you can see that they actually do run into each other. They're not just one floating across the screen, green screened against another. They actually collide. They were all in the same scene together. Trying to see which. There is one. There we go. That was a good collision. They do bump into each other. Which makes it extra fun, I think. I'll get to an oven. I'm not worried about the food. When it's just potatoes, I don't really care if the food goes bad. I'll grow more by the time it goes bad. When it's soy or when it's like more complex stuff, maybe it matters, but yeah, I'll get an oven eventually. I'm in no great rush. Laws, I'm in the wrong country to have ketchup for anything. We have tomato sauce. Thank you very much. And it is usually better than ketchup. Marmite for the potatoes? No, because we never have Marmite on anything, because that's British nonsense. Also, yes, you would offend many a person if you were to put sauce on their baked potatoes. But Vegemite can be used as a seasoning in and of itself. A lot of the same applications as both soy sauce and Worcestershire. Leans a bit more towards the Worcestershire end of things, I would say. But can do a lot of the stuff that soy does in cooking as well. Adds umami, salt, that sort of thing. No, Marmite is British nonsense. Thank you very much. Marmite on chips? No, but Marmite itself is British nonsense. I say as an Australian who likes Vegemite. Because it's just... that's the way the English and the Australians have to deal with each other. It's just life. That's just how it is. It's why... in one of the recent Wrong Way Outs, I said to Wasted that Marmite is like thick mucus, to which he replied, Vegemite is like grout. Which neither of us had a strong retort to, other than saying, yeah, I think it's accurate on both counts. In terms of consistencies. But I prefer my condiment to look like grout and taste good than look like snot and not. Huh. I've never put Vegemite on a straight up just normal piece of meat, but I have put it in like meatballs as a flavor enhancement in a meatball, but just not on a straight piece of meat. I think probably because you kind of want the taste of the meat in that sense, and so I don't tend to I don't put complex sauces on a steak. I want to taste the steak. Like, I don't go mushroom sauce or any of that sort of stuff. If I'm having a steak, it's gonna be a steak. Or with maybe like a red wine jus or something like that would be good. Because then it's a complementary flavor rather than just being the flavor to me. And I'm talking like when you have just like a... not like a... I'm trying to think of which cut it is. I don't know my meat cuts very well. Hey, Deadshot. Thanks. Yeah, it's good in stews, in meatballs. Vegemite. It's been a long time since I tasted Marmite. I remember not liking it. But I'm pretty sure it can be used in a lot of the similar ways to which Vegemite can. But Vegemite, because of the vegetable content, I think complements stuff a little bit better. It's a bit more like a complete stock. Right, we're almost done with this room, so I can stop talking about Vegemite and Marmite. And then I can vacuum it out. And I can hope that there's enough pressure in my base to handle the whole room being vacuumed out. And just opening up to it. But I am going to need more steel sheets. It's midnight here, why food again? I'm getting hungry. It might be because I'm getting hungry. Because I've been up for now 4.5 hours. And it is 9 o'clock in the morning. And I am now hungry. Which is why I ran off during that last break to go get a banana. Okay, how many more do I need? Got 4 by 1, 2, 3, 6, so that's 48, so basically I need a full stack. See, a banana sandwich would take too long, and I don't like leaving you guys on a break screen for that long. What I need to get better at, and this is just for my own levels of comfort, I need to get better at taking more regular short breaks to just, you know, stretch and not sit still for 5 hours all the time. I'm working on it. I'm slowly getting better. Oh, Abysseus. That's not good. Waking up in the middle of the night and then finding a distraction so you can't get back to sleep. Oof. The standing desk works. I have a system for it now, which is I provide the extra lifting force that the motor cannot. Directly, by literally just putting my hands under the desk and lifting. It really works quite well. I've been using the standing desk more when I'm editing than when I'm streaming or recording. It's really good for editing because I can edit much faster. Oh, I just realized something. I actually need to, if I'm going to knock out these two frames, I need to build underneath so I can knock them out. Fair enough, Abysseus. Fair enough. I wasn't being critical, I was just like, ooh. Feeling for you. Because the temptation when, say, Toby wakes up in the middle of the night, for me, is to use my phone while waiting for him to fall back asleep on my lap. And if I do that, I am then awake for a lot longer than I would be if I just sit there half dozing off while he's on my lap. Recycler when? Recycler feels like a very low priority. It just doesn't feel like it does much. So I'm starting to think that maybe I won't put the stairs here. And maybe I will put them in here where we were talking about maybe having a lift. Because then I can have doors, stairs go down. We have another door down the bottom. I could open up this bit and we could make that into just like a little closet room or something. And then I've got a little overlook from this area up here. I'm just trying to think what's going to look more interesting. No, because then all this becomes greenhouse. No, I'll still stick with my other plan. But I've now got to go dig under my base. Once I've got enough steel sheets and frames. That, I think, will be enough. Get some more frames before I go down there, because I'm going to need... I want probably 9 frames. Maybe I go more than that so I can start... I could remove some of these iron frames. Not that I'm fussed by them, really, because they don't... The frames don't look bad as the iron. And functionally within... For my purposes, I don't think it matters. So I'm not too worried about getting rid of all the iron frames. I've gotten rid of them on previous bases because I just felt right, but I don't think it matters here. Oh yeah, water supply. How's my water supply? Got 28 litres. I'll go see if there's a water trader that I can bring down because my pad is empty. We have Orbit or Oasis, Galactic Metallurgy and Void Visions, as well as Building. So we do not have a water trader. So I think that's a... I don't know what that one is actually. Orbit or Oasis. I think I just made that worse. Yes. Yeah, I do need to, expand to a medium dish, as well as expand the pads so that I've got multiple pads. It's true. There we go. Don't worry, I'll get to it. I feel like getting a proper production room is something that should not be distracted from by building better landing pad. I need the production room. Such mixed messages you guys give me. Don't get distracted. Here's a distraction. I don't know what to do. I know exactly what happens though. It's the same reason why I find myself in recordings talking the most when I'm not doing anything. Oh yeah, there we go. I had a feeling it was just Oars. I always, and it's why I quite liked the slower pace of Survival Impossible and that style of Space Engineers play, where I did everything really slowly, because it gives me heaps of time to think about and plan different things to do. Interstellar icicles. What is interstellar icicles? Is that just the same thing again? I don't remember that name coming up at all. Aha! Bulk water! Winner! We have a water trader. Excellent. Okay, cool. So that's good. Now I need to dig under. Under this row here. Through we go. And the trader never saw its family again. Yep. Alright, so what I'm going to do here is make sure that I'm in the right spot. Then we have in the right spot. Yeah. Doesn't the trader fly away after some time? No. Only flies away when I send him away. He stays as long as I leave him there. He cannot leave. Until I let him leave. Oh dear. There's an unhappy Toby out there. I might have to close my door. Alright. He's upset because he was using his toy mower on the lawns and now he's being taken to the shops. Okay, so that's in line. I just need to fill in these rows. So we go 1, 2, 3.
Waste tank caution.
Hold these up. Huh. I just had a thought. $64 liters. $64 liters. It's a pity the smart canister isn't a higher volume. Because then it would be more useful in your suit as the waste tank than a regular one. Because yeah, sure, the suit can still only push up to the same pressure, but same pressure in a bigger volume. More stuff. Ah, yes, I need to get some purple for my jetpack. Okay, so that should make it safe for me to pop out the other bit. And... yeah. Let's go inside and sort this out. Hard suit is a goal, that is true. One that I've kind of not been putting a lot of energy into. But it is a goal, yes. Yeah. I'm always a bit funny. I'm sure there is a mod that rebalances it. I'm always a bit funny about using mods for rebalancing that stuff. Just because when the mod's no longer updated, and then you're dealing with it being not what you're used to, can get troublesome. Yeah, hard suit would be useful, I know. I will get one eventually, I'm sure, probably. Oh yeah, the tank in my suit. I need to do that one too. Thank you!
Jetpack critical.
Alright, so we're gonna run out of battery power before I get this done, but... that's another thing I would like to get, is some nuclear batteries. So that would be very useful. It's not gonna be all that hard for me to get a proper combustion furnace setup. But I just keep delaying it because it hasn't felt urgent, and doing it sooner seems to get in the way of things that I want to do, which might feel more fun at the time. shoot the... What? Why would I... What would I shoot anything with? I've never... I don't think I've ever made the gun. I think when we had the Lulan style scavenging things, we found some guns, Capac and I, and we used them. But I don't think I've ever made it. Okay, excellent. We are enclosed aside from that window, so I should now be able to bring my powered vent in here, set up the evacuation of the room, and then pop it open once it's empty. Looks like the indoor swimming pool is going along nicely. Oh, it's going to be fun scaling up the water production to the point where I can fill a room with it. I'm looking forward to it. How is the lighting looking in there? The corners are still a bit dull, so I think I'm going to need some light for the corners. But overall, not too bad. Okay, so we don't need the walls. Don't need the frames. Don't need those. Don't need that. Don't need that open, so we need electronic parts. Passive vent. Oh no, I think the powered vent's on the floor somewhere. Yep, there it is. Powered vent. I also thought it might be a good idea to make one of these to run the vent off so that I can monitor this and switch it off from outside. That should be all I need. Yeah. Get some more cable just because I'm starting to run a bit low. I don't know that you can put underwater lights in Kagoba. I mean, you sort of have to create their own little pocket of air for them. I think you short out wires if they get wet. Can anyone confirm that? I think you do. I think as soon as anything gets wet that's electrical, it shorts out. Not 100%, but pretty sure. Not sure on that. I think only certain devices will short wires out if they are under liquid, like the transformer or station batteries. Oh, okay, so it's potentially device specific. That does make more sense. I guess we might have to do some tests. You weren't sure, so you put your lights one block beneath under the pool under glass. Yeah, I was thinking the same approach. This will not take long to clear the room. So. There we go. Transformer. No, transformer needs to be outside. What am I doing? Transformer. We're also going to have our pipe network to... That's not going to tell me. need a different thing for monitoring. I need this. Wait, no. That's the wrong spot. Just need to create a quick little monitoring system, which is that, and I'll put a passive vent on the other side of it. Once my brain catches up to my plans. What did I do with my cables? Did I not pick them? Did I throw them? Why did I... Why am I like this? Why did I throw that on the ground? That was weird. Odd thing to do. Okay, now I've got the stuff inside. I also forgot to bring my glass sheet that I need to fill in that window. Maybe move the monitor pipe to the other corner. Yeah, it's more to... I put it there more to just make it convenient. Oh, this needs plastic to finish off, doesn't it, as well? Yeah. As in convenient to where I have the switch. But yes, it probably should be in the other corner of the room. Which unfortunately means it goes through the rest of the base, but I can probably make it work. Yeah, I can probably make that work. I have 2 monitoring pipes. There we go. Ah. Go away, cough. Not now. Cool. Now just plastic and glass and we're good. Hope that my jetpack is strong enough to let me out of the room to close it up.
Hydration critical.
Yeah, hydration critical. I get you. That's why I'm coughing. Set inward, set on. Up we go. Glass. In. Transformer on. There we go. Vent is venting. Whoa! Vent is venting well. Yep, this is not going to take very long at all. Now, while that's doing that, I'm going to up the minimum pressure for my CO2 fill of the base. The maximum pressure, I mean. Which I have to change in the script, don't I? Where did I put that script? Where did I put that IC-10? Is that this one? That's this one, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, it's in the AC unit. Right, this one's a different one.
Hunger critical.
Yeah. Hunger critical, thirst critical, shower critical. It's been summerish for a while because the days have not been, well, astronomical summerish for a while because the days have not been as hot. I think it was shoulder season for probably 5 days, but pretty much since day 105. So I'll put this up to 105. We'll see if it works. Yeah, shoulder season, as in that bit between seasons where it's kind of a little bit of both. Like how yesterday it was 28 degrees and sunny here, which feels a lot more like summer than it does mid-autumn. Now, how's that turned on? Yes, it has. No, the plants tolerate higher than 100 kPa. They don't like it, but they tolerate it.
Power low.
Actually, that is fair. I probably don't need to push it over the max pressure, because I haven't got anything balancing the other side of it, so yeah, I probably should just push it up to like 90 or something. I didn't turn off the regulator because it's not that quick. Yes, I could put a similar thing on the O2 extractor. I could. Could. No. Alright, let's go check on the room. Okay, so if I turn off this, that room should then equalize if it has anything left in it. But I will confirm before I pop open when I go inside, and I'll confirm on that pipe. But this looks pretty good. Room is empty. Hopefully the pressure in the base is high enough for me to pop this open without killing all the plants. Okay, we're at 100 kPa in here. Something's gone wrong. Regulator hasn't turned itself off. It's still going. No, it's off. Oh, weird. Oh well, that'll drop. I'm pretty sure the way that the plants work, they will gradually drop the pressure in the room. The carbon dioxide won't be completely converted to oxygen such that you end up with the stable pressure. I think you drop the pressure as you consume the CO2 and release O2. I think. Can someone confirm or deny that? I mean, the pressure's about to drop anyway. 26% oxygen. This will be interesting to see what happens when I open this window. But it is vacuum in there, so let's do it. 3, 2, 1, here goes!
Low pressure.
Yeah.
Oxygen critical.
Ah. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have jumped through the window. That was a mistake. Yeah, there is no perfect conversion. Yeah. I thought so. I'm glad I was correct. Gonna need to make railings now. Now, is it breathable? Yes. All right. I am winning with opening up new spaces today. Hey, hey. It's probably a good idea to take off my suit now. Since I do have lighting in this space. Yep. I have painted my canisters. Oh, that grinder's loud. I'm so not used to using any of the tools without a suit and without... and with a pressurized space, even. Yes. Yes. I'm happy with this. We need to... So, now, let's dismantle these things, because I don't need them. And they're going to get in the way of stuff. And then I need to figure out how I'm going to place my printers down here. Because we've got 4 printers, and they need to have their stackers and stuff attached to them. If I'm going to have stairs coming down here, just sort of in the middle, I could put machine, 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 and that would probably work reasonably well. The only thing that might change is whether I want to have double auto lathes or something like that, so that I can have extra printing of steel sheets and frames and stuff. But honestly, I don't think I build on my own in a way that makes that worthwhile. But the thing I was saying earlier about the roof, now we can appreciate the pattern on the roof. Which I'm quite happy about. Right, let's start by ejecting everything out of this. Printers under the lights in the middle of the room. I think that'll be just a bit awkward to move around. Having that in the middle. Alternatively, what I could do is bring the printers in a row and put some lockers behind the printers that have stuff that's made from that printer. Or shelves or something like that. Because that could work as well, I guess. That's a lot of tool changes just then. Okay, so let's just use the electronics printer as the example. If I were to have it out, so we've got our stairs coming down there. If I were to have one here, which would then give me the opportunity to have shelves going away from me behind it, would that look any good? Would those shelves be even remotely useful? Or will they just be annoying and it would be better just to have a bigger open space in the middle? I feel it'll be better to just have a bigger open space. Stairs to the battery and silos so you don't have to go around every time. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'll put stairs down there. Yeah, I think I'll just put these against the wall. I feel like anything else that I'm going to do in here is just going to make this worse, not better. So, if we end up putting stairs down there, that means I've got 5 blocks to work with. Means I should be fine putting the printers like that. Oh, I hit the light! I was trying to be clever and throw these over where I needed them. No, I'm not putting an advanced furnace in here. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Do not want to have to deal with those kinds of heating shenanigans in here. Okay, electronics printer is built. Let's get the auto lathe. Do I have enough cables to power it up right now? Very interesting question. Let's just say I hope so. And start cabling it up before I do anything else. Because that is a very valid thing to check. I'm going to go outside and I'm going to get the transformer that I put down out there and put down a transformer for my production blocks.
Power low.
Furnaces in the furnaces exchange heat with their environment, so I'd need to have like I have to set it up so it's got a room, and I would prefer to have that in its own potentially airlocked space just for safety. Oops, wrong thing. I have to put the cables back, not that. Okay, has that cleaned up all my stuff? I think it has. Yeah, I could do the stairs in now that I've removed the thing. Whoa. That's moving everything around a lot. Okay, mains are over there. Oops. But also over here where we've got our lights switch. So I'm going to put my transformer over here. everything. Is the lights on the Archer output? No, no. I have put that transformer in the wrong spot. That is a terrible spot for that transformer. Make a lot more sense to go here. Because otherwise I was going to have a nightmare trying to get that light cable over this heavy one. So wish there was some sort of bridge device you could use.
Hydration critical.
Or at least I'm pretty sure the lights are not on the... I'm pretty sure they're on the power that... Let me just check, make sure. Yeah, this is the input line. From the... That goes from the arches. This is the output line which runs around here, and you can see it comes from the output of the batteries. It's all good. I have done it correctly. Also, I have got enough cable to connect the electric printer already. So we're all good on that front. Which means I can continue moving things. Jump. Ooh. Ooh, I need to be careful. This room's getting very big. I need to put some doors in. Just thought about that. I think interior doors count to separate a room. I hope. Let's see. Room 196. Room 112, yep. Where'd my stairs go? There they are. Hooray! We have stairs down now. Yes, Binzone, I could put hanger doors across there, couldn't I? Potentially, as a way to make these separate rooms.
Hunger caution.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I might need some reminding on that because I don't think I'm going to do that today. Also, I really shouldn't have put the stairs in before I fixed the ingots that were there. Before I picked them up. Yeah, the railings definitely... I'm quite confident the railings do not separate. But... hanger doors would. Angle grinder. Take my suit off, because I don't need to be wearing it now. So, many tool changes. bits. Welding torch and iron sheets. Cable coil. Plastic sheets. Screwdriver. Screwdriver with mod. Done. Thirsty. I should buy that water. But at least I know it's there, so I'm not stressed. Where are we at with the water? 25 liters. It'll be fine. This has come together very quickly, by my standards. Like, not only did I get distracted by a bunch of other stuff, I actually got the tasks done that I was meaning to get done, which is build the new room. It's weird. Feels really weird. Everything is going so smoothly, I'm wondering when the other shoe is going to drop. When this goes wrong. When does it go horribly? I don't know. And a wrench. Someone knows everything he knows about Stationeers from just watching here for a few minutes. Why are big rooms so bad? So the game has to differentiate between inside and outside. And at a certain volume, it stops doing those checks properly. And starts thinking that inside is outside. So you need to divide your rooms up before you reach that point. Otherwise, that storm that's happening outside right now would be happening inside my base and damaging stuff and making it very difficult for me to move around, that sort of thing. You also get leaks of what the outside atmosphere is made of, which for a space that I'm currently walking around with no spacesuit in, is not healthy for my character. So it's that sort of... It's kind of a bug, but I guess it's also just a limitation of the system that they have. Because at some point it gets so big that performance would be a disaster without having some sort of limit. Yeah. Feeling good. Last machine. Obviously got to wire them up and make stackers and all that other stuff, but... Also, new player here. Is there a benefit from building with iron frames rather than steel? I'm just on a normal moon. So steel is technically cheaper. Steel is cheaper to build. Steel gives you a higher pressure differential on either side of the steel frame. So at the start, use your iron frames, that's fine. And for the most part, if it's for a livable space rather than some clever pressurized room you're using for some purpose or another, you won't need to worry about the pressure differential that iron can handle, because it's enough. If you're playing on somewhere like Venus, it can be problematic, because Venus has very high pressure outside. But generally speaking, it's not an issue. So I don't mind that I've got some iron frames here. I'll just leave them. I don't need to replace them. But if I were to do something like, say I wanted a room to be able to be pressurized up to, that's where I'm going to create my liquid pollutant from. I would need to, in that situation, use steel so that I can have the pressure high enough for it to work. In fact, I'm not even sure steel goes high enough for that. But yeah, per resource mined, you can make more out of steel. So that's why most people use steel. There we go. Also, very happy to answer questions like that about whichever game I'm playing at the time I'm playing it. Gets a bit weird when I'm asked for tutorial questions about the game I'm not playing. But if it's the game I am playing, and I actually know the answer, always happy. Do. Yeah, it's not a small inefficiency either. So if we have a look at, let's have a look. Iron sheet. Iron sheets require 1 iron for each sheet. And then if we look at iron frames, we require 4 iron for each frame. So that's 6 iron total for a fully welded up frame. If we compare that to steel, steel sheets is half, so that's 1 for the sheets and 2 from the frames. So that's 3 grams of steel versus 6 grams of iron. So not only do the steel frames use less total material, they also use less iron. So it's a big difference when you're building a large base. So that's the big advantage of steel frames. Alright. Just seeing what cables I can actually remove in here. It's less than I hoped. It is... I'll move this desk and then that'll be better. The bench. Hey, we're getting cold storms again. Woo! That's nice. Let's get some more cable. Cable coil. And it'll be a nice boost for my cooling system. Now, this corner's going to have a stair, so let's make the stair. Nope. Yep. Do. This one should get railing on one side, that side. So now I have a way to get up here. And then... what I was thinking of doing was moving my coding computer over into this corner. Or maybe actually just against this wall here. I've got a decent amount of wall space for putting up shelves, which is good. Because I will do that. Is steel frame better in every way versus iron frames? I think so, yes. I think so. I can't think of a way where that makes iron frames better. Love the disc and the motherboard flopping out as I did that. Yeah, we'll stick it a bit in the wall. And we'll put the circuit housing on the wall, and that'll look much more tidy. And I'm hungry. Let's go deal with that. And jumping up the last bit of the stair is weird. The only advantage iron has over steel is not requiring coal. Yes, that is true. If you're in a weird circumstance where you don't have access to coal or carbon yet, because you can make the carbon for steel using plants and other things like that. If you're in a situation where that's the case, then yeah, iron has that advantage in that you can get it. But that is an unusual circumstance. That would be quite uncommon. There we go. Now this little bit's gonna have to stay without a built wall if I want to keep that circuit visible. Wonder what we could do about that. Or could I use the shutter here, actually? Could I use the shutter? Would it work on this particular... Because I didn't work where I wanted it before, but would it work here? Because I do have a frame behind it. Yeah. Looks a bit weird with the computer behind it. Also, how do I... Oh, there we go. Yeah, I think the roller door works okay there. I'll leave it. Good enough. Good enough. Roller doors also have funky hitboxes with some items. Can't use them with APCs, annoyingly. Ah. Wall with hatch. Ooh. I kind of like that idea. Let's try the wall with hatch. See if the hatch can line up. Because that might actually look quite a bit nicer than the door. It was the flat wall that had the hatch, wasn't it? Do I have any flat walls left? Yes. No, flat wall steel. Doesn't really work. I might need the one that's the floor hatch. Is that supposed to look like a Game Boy? Maybe? Small panels and hatch. Ah, small panels open. That's what I wanted. Yeah, there we go. Now I just move the IC10 circuit housing up one block. Perfect. Why are you flashing an arrow? Turn it off and back on again and it's fixed. Fitting. Yeah, that looks alright. I really like that for circuit housing. Looks quite tidy. Cool. My little coding corner now. I'm quite liking using the computer rather than using a laptop. I know it means I'm doing lots of running back and forth, but I am quite liking it. It's quite good. Yeah. I think I'm going to wrap up here for today because I've made some serious progress that I'll be looking forward to taking advantage of on Friday when we get back to this. I will be back tomorrow morning at the usual time. Well, yeah. Daylight saving at the same time as last week because all the daylight saving shenanigans are over now for the next 6 months-ish. With some Wrong Way Out over on YouTube, and then on Tuesday with some more of the Conan community server here on Twitch. So there's all that, and Survival Impossible, and a bunch of other things, and plenty more to come. And I will see you then.